නව Nature Secrets Facial Wash ස්වාභාවික සුන්දරත්වයෙන් ඉදිරියට.
දැන් තරුණ ඔබට NSP First Home Loan වෙතින් 6.75ක අඩුම පොලියකින් අරගෙන නිවාස ණයක්.
ජීවිතේම එළිය කරන සංවර්ධන ලොතරැය.
එදා බොගවන්තලාව කාට දැන් බොගවන්තලාව එක්ස්ට්‍රා ස්ට්‍රෝං නමින් රන් රවුමේ රස පාට.
ඔබත් අදම විෂන් කෙයා එන්න හරිදේ හරි තැනින් අරගන්න.
මම ෆෝරෙවර් ෆේස් වොෂ් පෙලක් නිර්මාණය කළේ ඒ නිසයි. මම චාන්දිනී බණ්ඩාර.
බ්ලූ ෆීල් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය තීවුරුමේ අභිමානය.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues, distinguished delegates. We are starting the day 2 of the 9th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention. Yesterday, we had a grand opening ceremony with a very powerful keynote speeches, and we focused on the sustainable communication and climate resilience. And today, for the day 2, we will focus on disaster, prevention, preparedness, and response. And for the official opening, I would like to invite ABU Secretary General, Mr. Ahmed Nadim. Please welcome.
Hi everyone. Assalamu alaikum and good morning everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Media Summit. Today's proceedings, as highlighted by my colleague, is mainly about the launch of the TPRP model that we have worked with. But I just wanted to thank all the experts and speakers who shared their experiences, stories yesterday. Especially the keynote from Professor Manasinghe. I think it's a wonderful take on the situation we are in. I was thinking, coming from a broadcast background, it's a nice topic for anybody who wants to develop content on that. You can actually develop a nice piece of documentary from the work that and the information that was shared by Professor Manasinghe. For today, I'm deeply pleasured to welcome you to this important moment for the launch of the UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for media institutions. This is a significant milestone for our region and for all media organizations that carry the responsibility of informing, protecting, and supporting communities during times of crisis. Allow me to express my gratitude and appreciation to UNESCO for their close collaboration with ABU in developing this model. Our partnership reflects a shared understanding that preparedness and resilience must be integrated into every level of media operation, whether it be from editorial decision making to technical continuity or the safety of our staff. My gratitude also goes to our host, Sri Lanka Rupavahini Corporation, for their support and providing us with this ideal platform to introduce this new initiative. Across the Asia Pacific, the increasing frequency of climate hazards reminds us that the role of media as a trusted lifeline is more crucial than ever. During disasters, broadcasters are often the first and the most reliable source of information for the public. Yet, to fulfill this responsibility effectively, media organizations must themselves be resilient, structured, and ready. The model we are about to launch today offers exactly that, a practical and adaptable framework to help media institutions prepare before an emergency, respond with clarity, during a crisis and restore operations quickly afterwards. It brings together global best practices, expert guidance, and the experience of broadcasters who have worked on front lines for disaster communication for many, many years. This framework is not only a technical tool, it is an investment in public trust. It strengthens the ability of media to deliver accurate, timely, and uninterrupted information when people are in need of it most. And it reflects the spirit of collaboration that underpins the ABU's Media Saving Lives initiative and our broader commitment to supporting our members in building resilient societies. I encourage all of our members and partners to engage and study this model, adapt it to your national context, and use it as a foundation to strengthen your institution's preparedness. With that, it is my honor to invite all of you to join us as we proceed with the official launch of UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for Media Institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nadim. And before we proceed with the official launch ceremony, I would like to invite you to turn your attention to the screen because we have a video message from Dr. Tawfiq Jalasi, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Communication and Information.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends from media and partner organizations. I am very pleased to join you today for the global launch of the UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for Media Institutions. This important event is hosted by the Sri Lanka Rupavahini Corporation as part of the 9th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention. I would like to express our gratitude to the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union for the steadfast cooperation in developing the model plan. Your commitment has been instrumental in shaping this blueprint for the world's media. I also extend our heartfelt thanks to sister UN agencies, media organizations, and experts across the globe who contributed their knowledge, experience, and constructive peer reviews. Your insights have grounded this model plan in reality. Our appreciation also goes to the donors of the multi-donor program on freedom of expression and safety of journalists, whose generous support has made the development and launch of this model plan possible. Colleagues and friends, we gather at a time when the scale and impact of disasters are rising at an alarming rate. In 2024 alone, global disaster-related losses reached an estimated $320 billion. This is up from $250 billion the previous year. But beyond these figures are the devastating human, social, and developmental costs that cannot be measured in numbers. From the hurricanes in the Caribbean and wildfires in Europe and the droughts in Africa and deadly floods in Southeast Asia, communities are being hit harder and more frequently. Physical devastation is now compounded by an informational crisis, a toxic mix of rumors, misinformation, and deliberate disinformation that spreads just as fast as the disaster itself. In this environment, the media has become a vital safety net. When crises strike, verified information can mean the difference between life and death. Media guides public action. It connects responders and citizens, and sustains hope when other systems fail. In quieter times, they inform, educate, and inspire adaptation to a changing climate. And yet, even as media serves the public in times of peril, many remain vulnerable to the very disasters they cover. Infrastructure is damaged, connectivity breaks down, and staff face personal risks. newsrooms struggle to maintain continuity and credibility under immense pressure. That's why today's launch is so important. I am proud to announce the UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for Media Institutions, which is the first comprehensive blueprint of its kind developed in collaboration with the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union and informed by media experts from over 30 disaster-prone countries. This model plan is not another set of recommendations. It is a standard-setting tool designed to help every newsroom, large or small, public or private, withstand catastrophe and continue serving its audience. It answers a fundamental question: how does a newsroom survive disaster while upholding its public service mission? The plan works on two fronts. First, it builds institutional resilience, ensuring operational continuity even when power, infrastructure, or systems fail. Second, the plan strengthens editorial capacity, enabling the delivery of credible and timely information to all, leaving no one behind, and minimizing the damage caused by false narratives. The plan provides an end-to-end operational architecture, from establishing standard operating procedures and editorial protocols to ensuring safety of personnel, managing risk communication, and fostering collaboration across sectors. This launch builds upon UNESCO's strong record of support to media worldwide in this area. Since 2023, we have supported over 100 media organizations in nearly 50 countries, including more than 20 small island developing states. Through this work, newsrooms have developed disaster preparedness strategies, enhanced their capacity to report on climate and disaster risks, and built cross-border cooperation to tackle shared regional challenges, because disasters like climate change do not respect borders. We also act quickly when disaster strikes. In 2023, UNESCO provided emergency support to community radios in Morocco following earthquakes there, ensuring communication channels were restored for isolated populations. And just this month, following Hurricane Melissa in the Caribbean, UNESCO is conducting a rapid post-disaster needs assessment with media in Jamaica to help them recover and rebuild stronger. Crucially, this model plan was developed with a strong gender equality lens. The consultations revealed that while 2/3 of media institutions aim for gender parity in field reporting teams, more than a quarter remain predominantly male. The plan mainstreams gender throughout its guidance and includes a dedicated section on Leave No One Behind, recommending gender-responsive actions to ensure the needs and voices of women and girls are fully addressed, and that women are recognized as active agents of change, not only as victims of disaster. Colleagues and friends, as the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres reminded us on World Press Freedom Day 2024, he said, local, national, and global media outlets can highlight stories about the climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and environmental injustice. Through their work, people come to understand the plight of our planet and are mobilized and empowered to take action for change. This is the power of the media, to inform, mobilize, and hold power to account, ultimately to save lives. But to fulfill this crucial mandate, the media must be prepared, resilient, and supported. The UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan gives the media sector the framework to do just that, to move from reaction to preparation, from vulnerability to resilience. Let's work together to ensure that when the next disaster strikes, the media remains a beacon of truth, continuity, and hope for all.
Thank you very much. And now, we now move to the special moment, the launch of the UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for Media Institutions. ABU is proud to partner with UNESCO to develop this model, and I'm pleased to invite Su Jing, Program Specialist at UNESCO, to join me on the stage for launching ceremony.
Hello. Thank you, Nargiza. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here with you at this very important moment to launch this pioneering tool after more than 1 year of hard work by all the teams and experts involved in the process, such as colleagues from UNDRR, NHK, FBC, etc. To capture the essence of this work and the real-world impact we aim to achieve together, we have prepared a video demo about the model plan. Now please take a look on the screen.
Disasters are striking more often, hitting harder, and climate change is amplifying the impact. They often come with information disorder, a deadly mix of uncertainty and lies. In times of crisis, the media aren't just news, they are lifelines. They provide trusted information that guides action and saves lives. In quieter times, they explain disaster risks, uncover root causes, and help communities prepare and adapt. But preparedness isn't luck, it has to be built. Newsrooms need solid foundations and cannot improvise only when an emergency happens. That's why UNESCO, in cooperation with the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union, developed a model disaster preparedness and response plan for media institutions. Created with expertise and insights from media professionals and disaster experts from over 30 disaster-prone countries, and aligned with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, this is the first global blueprint to help media in this area. This practical tool is made for media organizations worldwide, regardless of type or size. It fortifies your institutional preparedness to guarantee business continuity. Then, it supports you in developing accurate information and engaging the public through every phase of a disaster, leaving no one behind. The model plan provides a comprehensive set of adaptable actions, from defining SOPs and protocols to formulating editorial policies. It guides you to stay operational, produce quality content, collaborate across sectors, and reach every audience. Visit our website now. You will find the full model plan, ready-to-use templates and checklists, and a series of real-world case studies. Use this model plan as a foundation. Align it with your context, assign a task team, create your own disaster preparedness and response plan, and inspire your fellow media organizations. Stay on air and keep the communities you serve informed every step of the way.
You have received the hard copies of the model plan, so please revise them, and if you have any feedbacks or comments, please do share with us, UNESCO and with ABU.
Please note that this model plan is more than this 20-page guide. We have developed an online platform dedicated to it, featuring a whole set of templates and checklists and worksheets, as well as a series of case studies showing how this resource is right now being piloted on the ground and some of the impact it has already achieved. So here is a QR code that you can scan to connect. I don't know if you can access to it. Maybe it's a bit hidden by the shelf. Can you? So this online platform is now available in English, and it will be made available in other languages.
We encourage media organizations across the region and beyond, and globally, and especially our distinguished ABU members, to adopt, and implement this model to safeguard information flows and, of course, saving lives.
And do share your success stories with us after. We'd very much like to hear from you. The model plan will be made available in all 6 official languages of the UN. And we would also very much welcome cooperation with the media partners in the Asia-Pacific region to make it available in further languages, such as Sinhala, Thai, Malay, Indonesian, etc. So please don't hesitate to contact us if you wish to offer this, and we can provide you with the source files for translation.
And now, we're happy to officially launch the UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for Media Institutions. And would you please hold the plan, because we want to take a group photo. If we can invite our photographer, we will join you. Would like.
Please show the cover towards the photographer so that we can take a group picture together.
Please, if you may, or if you can, we can see.
Like this is good, yes. Copy disappears?
Thank you very much. And it's time for our first panel of the day as the status quo, good practices and lessons learned. And to moderate this session, I again invite Mr. Sujin, Program Specialist from UNESCO. And please remain on the stage, and it's yours.
Thank you, Nargiza. So we're now moving to our case study sessions, where we'll bring the discussion of media resilience from policy and strategy to operation and practice with some real-world examples. We have a truly global panel today representing media institutions in 5 different regions: Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the Pacific, each facing unique disaster challenges in different institutional contexts. This session is designed to dissect the current state of media's institutional preparedness and response. What is working, what is not working so well, and what we can all learn to replicate the successes and fill the gaps. It is my great pleasure to invite our distinguished panelists to join me on this stage. We have with us Ms. Marina Kostova, who is the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the Digital Media Outlets SDK of North Macedonia. And Mr. Mohamed Boudouri, who is the Vice President of the National Press and Audiovisual Council of Comoros. This is the National Media Regulatory Body of Comoros. Mr. Shimakawa Eisuke, who is the Senior Correspondent of the Japanese National Broadcaster, NHK. And Mr. Jim Batibasaga, the News Digital Content Officer of the Fijian Broadcasting Corporation. So welcome dear panelists, I'm very happy to be here with you. Let's start by establishing the baseline for this session. I'm going to ask each of you to frame your media organization's approach to disaster readiness. And note that this is about policy and strategy and also institutionalized practices and not just ad hoc actions. Mr. Shimakawa, starting with Japan, a nation frequently exposed to hazard and often seen as a global benchmark for disaster preparedness and risk reduction, what are the fundamental principles guiding NHK's disaster preparedness and response plan, and how deeply is it integrated into your daily editorial and business operations?
Yeah, thank you for the question. In our current corporate plan, we have clearly positioned disaster risk reduction reporting as a top priority. This approach is shaped by two reasons. First, the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake taught us that reporting after disaster is not enough. Before that, disaster coverage mainly focused on reporting events quickly after they occur. Actually, this remains important. But the earthquake gave us a critical lesson. Reporting for risk reduction, communicating hazards in advance so people can prepare is equally essential. Since then, 2011, proactive disaster risk communication has become a core mission. Subsequent typhoon and heavy rain disasters reinforce this approach. Second, we recognize the importance of maintaining public trust or reputation. To uphold that, we must deliver accurate information and ensure that after disaster, people receive critical guidance for daily life. Accuracy requires rigorous training, exercise. At our Tokyo News Center in Japan, we conduct very frequent earthquake response drills so that regardless which announcers or technical staff are on duty, the quality remains very consistent. So to make information clear and actionable, we also establish broadcasting standards for official alerts. For example, if extremely shaking is observed, actually yesterday in Japan, shaking has occurred, all channels switch immediately to emergency news coverage. These predefined rules minimize hesitation and enable rapid coordinated response. And I personally believe that journalist education is also critical. Understanding basic risk indicators, the importance of advanced investment for DRR, and safety management also essential. We run volunteer programs to address this need. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shimakawa. Very valuable insights about all these preparedness measures. And some of these have already been incorporated in the model plan, as you have kindly contributed to the peer review of the draft. Before giving the floor to the next speaker, I just wanted to check if our online speaker is connected. Alex? Are you there, Alex? Good morning. Oh, good evening, Alex. So, Alex Fernando Rojas Figueroa is the data journalism editor of Prensa Libre, a national newspaper in Guatemala. Welcome, Alex. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Could you increase the volume a little bit? Great to have you with us, Alex, because I received a text from him earlier that he was dealing with an emergency coverage, so we expected a little bit delay for his participation. So, I will turn to Ms. Kostova. North Macedonia faces a range of natural hazards like severe floods and wildfires, which often require extensive reporting on the ground. Could you tell us about the step that your media organization, SDK, has taken to develop institutional disaster preparedness and response strategies? How does your institutional plan balance the need for quality of information against imperative to deliver urgent, in-depth reporting in the field?
Well, our newsroom is very small but very influential. We reach about over half of the adult population of 1.8 million people in North Macedonia, and we have a regional media product, which is our local reporters network, covering 8 regions in the country, and also we have a two-way communication with our audience, with our citizen reporting tools, report the problem and report corruption. But that being said, we develop our strategy based on experience, and I must say it's rather reactive adaptation rather than pre-planned protocol. And that protocol, because I'm a strong believer in written protocols, we are, with the help of UNESCO, we are actually devising the plan now. But how did we adapt? In the first year of our operation, we faced a major disaster. It was not a natural cause, but it was a DDoS, massive DDoS attack that was targeted politically in order to shut down the newsroom. At that time, it was in 2016, DDoS was abused for political purposes, was not really a common thing. It was a new thing in North Macedonia. And we faced a major crisis because the website was down for a whole day, 1 day a week during the 2 months before election. So we needed to act fast, and we moved our servers abroad. Then we redesigned the website and did everything possible to make it more resilient and hack attack proved. So that was something that helped us learning on the way. Then COVID came, and during the COVID we decided that we should have an active rotating teams. One was always working in the newsroom, in the offices, and other teams were working at home, and that was on a rotation basis. We are a digital newsroom, meaning that we can operate from wherever as long as we have our phone. But we still, during the years, we invested to upgrade our equipment. Even I think we have a small power generator now, so in case of emergency, we will be able to report. As I was reading the UNESCO model that was launched today, I realized that it's very common. It's very common and very close to the main concepts and values of the Code of Journalism and Reporting. And I realized that the concept of culture of prevention and fighting disinformation and misinformation during peaceful times, rather as well as during emergencies, is most important in order to keep the public trust, to reduce panic and help people get the timely and accurate information. But I come from a country where a culture of prevention is really almost non-existent. It's very sporadic, it's reactive rather than proactive. So what we do actually in our reporting, even in all the time, not only in times of emergencies, is that we insist, we are persistent in our reporting to make this, to promote this culture of prevention. Because although there are a lot of institutions in the country that are actually dealing with disaster preparedness, when the disaster happens, it seems like they are not there. They are not there. They don't communicate themselves. So the reaction is actually from disaster to disaster. So I think that it's our main job as journalists in the country to put pressure on institutions to build up on this culture of prevention, but not only as critical eye or watchdog, but rather as a partnership with institutions, because this is very important for them not to regard media as enemy, as one enemy they have to fight against, rather than fight the crisis that is happening. So that would be now, for now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kostova. And small newsroom can still make a big difference in shaping the cultural prevention where it is lacking. This point that you raise is very important. Yes, how to cooperate with state stakeholders, state actors could be quite tricky in some cases. And in the model plan, you will find a specific section in this regard to give you some very actionable recommendations. I will turn to Mr. Boudouri. Mr. Boudouri is French speaking, so I'm going to ask the question in French, and he will answer in French. And we will have the interpreter, Ms. Fernando, kindly help us with the interpretation. Monsieur Boudouri, aux Comores, un petit État insulaire en développement en Afrique, l'archipel tout entier est exposé aux cyclones et aux inondations. Et vous avez également un volcan en activité. Quel est l'état actuel des capacités et de la préparation des médias comoriens face aux urgences climatiques et aux catastrophes naturelles? Comment le CNPA, en tant qu'autorité nationale de régulation des médias dans le pays, aborde-t-elle ces sujets qui deviennent de plus en plus urgents?
Oh, merci, monsieur le modérateur.
Pardon, monsieur Boudou. Peut-être l'interprète pourra traduire aussi ma question en anglais. So the interpreter will translate the question in English as well.
Mr. Boudouri, in Comoros, a small island developing nation in Africa, the entire archipelago is exposed to cyclones and floods. And you also have an active volcano. What is the current state of capacity and preparedness of Comorian media with regards to climate emergencies and disasters? How does CNPA, as the national media regulator, approach these topics that are becoming increasingly urgent?
Aux Comores, nous vivons dans un environnement où chaque saison rappelle la fragilité de cet archipel.
In Comoros, we live in an environment where each season reminds us of the fragility of our archipelago.
Cet archipel se trouve dans l'océan Indien, à l'entrée du canal de Mozambique.
Our country consists of 4 islands, which is situated in the Indian Ocean.
Plus précisément, les Comores se trouvent entre Madagascar à l'est et le Mozambique à l'ouest.
From north, the Mozambique Canal. Our country is situated between Madagascar from east and Mozambique from west.
Pays tropical, ce pays a 2 saisons, la saison sèche et la saison des pluies.
It's a tropical country with 2 seasons, dry season and monsoons.
Nos paysans ont l'habitude d'appeler la saison de pluie saison des cyclones.
The rainy seasons, we are known to rainy seasons as cyclonic seasons.
Qui dit cyclone dit des vents forts, beaucoup de pluie, et qui dit beaucoup de pluie, risque d'inondation, risque de glissement de terrain.
Here we have cyclones, floods due to this rainy season.
Monsieur le modérateur l'a dit, il y a un volcan très actif, le volcan Kartala.
Here we have a volcano which is known as Volcano Kartala.
Ce volcan a la particularité d'avoir le plus grand cratère au monde.
Volcano Kartala has the biggest crater in the world.
Ce cratère a un diamètre de 3 à 4 kilomètres.
The diameter of this crater is around 4 kilometers.
Si je vous rappelle tout cela, c'est pour vous dire que le journaliste comorien travaille dans un contexte où le risque est permanent.
Since we have these types of difficulties, we are always ready to face challenges.
Et cette réalité façonne naturellement leur façon de s'organiser.
So we are naturally organized to face these challenges.
Si je devais parler de l'état actuel comme l'a demandé monsieur le modérateur, des capacités des médias comoriens, je dirais qu'il est contrasté.
If I am to speak about the capacity of Comorian media, I must say we have mixed results, but we have a constant progress.
Mais en progression constante. Nous n'avons pas de grandes infrastructures, ni de studios de secours sophistiqués. En revanche, nous avons développé une résilience humaine.
We do not have adequate infrastructure, no well-equipped studios. However, we have developed a remarkable human resilience.
Les journalistes savent travailler avec des moyens limités.
Our journalists know how to work with limited resources.
S'adaptent aux coupures d'électricité et aux interruptions de réseau.
They can adapt to electricity failures or system breakdowns.
Ils improvisent aussi des solutions locales pour rester en contact avec les populations.
They work with local solutions to be in contact with our population.
Depuis 2 ans, un changement important s'est opéré.
Since 2 years, there is an important change in our system.
Les médias comoriens comprennent que la préparation aux catastrophes n'est pas seulement un exercice technique, mais une responsabilité civique.
Comorian media have understood that preparedness for disasters is not only a technical practice, but a civil responsibility.
Beaucoup ont commencé à mettre en place des pratiques simples.
We have started to adopt simple practices.
Liste de contacts d'urgence.
Like having list of
petites procédures internes, du nombre de sécurité, vérification accélérée des informations qui circulent sur les réseaux sociaux.
So we have adopted some simple practices which include to have urgent contacts lists, internal procedure, and security rules, verifying the information, and make sure that these information circulate around the country.
Ce sont des petits gestes, mais dans un pays comme le nôtre, ils ont un impact immédiat.
As the national body of regulation as the CNPA, we have special rules.
Et la question m'a été posée en tant qu'autorité nationale de régulation, le Conseil national de la presse et de l'audiovisuel a un rôle particulier.
As the National Bureau of Regulation, we have special rules.
Nous ne pouvons pas attendre la prochaine catastrophe pour agir.
We cannot wait for the next catastrophe to come.
C'est pourquoi nous avons fait de la préparation aux urgences climatiques un axe central de notre travail.
That's why we have to create preparedness or preparations for climate agencies.
Et nous agissons de 3 manières.
We take actions in 3 ways.
Premièrement, nous renforçons les compétences
First, we gather skills.
Nous organisons des formations de déontologie, en vérification d'informations, en couverture responsable des risques et nous intégrons désormais la dimension réduction des risques de catastrophes dans nos programmes.
We organize, we gather skills, we organize deontology and verify information and then work together for the reduction of disaster risks in our program.
Deuxièmement, nous favorisons la coordination.
Secondly, in the coordination manner,
dans un petit pays fragmenté en 4 îles, la circulation de l'information est cruciale.
as a small island country, it is very difficult to circulate the information.
Nous travaillons donc à créer un réseau de correspondants plus structuré et une meilleure relation entre médias, autorités locales et institutions scientifiques.
So we are working to create a correspondence system, a well-structured one in a way to connect the contacts between media, local authorities and scientific institutions.
Et troisièmement, au CMPA, nous nous concentrons sur la continuité.
Thirdly, we concentrate on continuity.
Lorsque les infrastructures tombent, les médias doivent continuer à informer.
Even with less infrastructure, media needs to continue
Nous
to give
aidons donc
information.
les rédactions à identifier les outils les plus simples, les plus légers et les plus robustes pour fonctionner en situation d'urgence.
So we focus on having simple and light equipments, but effective.
Il reste des défis, nous avançons avec une conviction.
There are challenges, but we are continuing and we trust that we can.
Dans un petit pays, l'information n'est pas seulement un droit, c'est une question de sécurité publique.
In a small country, information is not only a right, but it is a matter of public security.
Et préparer nos médias, même modestement, revient à protéger nos populations.
Preparing our media is a matter of protecting our citizens.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Boudouri, d'avoir partagé toutes ces réussites et ces engagements de la part de CMPA. Thank you very much, Mr. Boudouri, for sharing all these success stories and the commitment of the national regulatory body of media in Comoros. Vulnerability of the small island developing states are very, very unique. As our ADG Gelasi has mentioned earlier in his video message, we prioritize small island developing states in our capacity building activities for media, of course, alongside other disaster-prone regions. So now coming to another small island developing state, Fiji. Mr. Bati Baisaga, as the Pacific sits, Fiji deals with existential threat of climate change just like Comoros, especially powerful cyclones and sea level rise. Could you share what kind of institutional disaster preparedness and response plan FBC has in place? Does it primarily focus on infrastructure resilience or in continuity, or does it also cover editorial policies and guidelines?
Thank you, Marco. First of all, let me just give you a brief explanation about FBC. The Fijian Broadcasting Corporation is a national broadcaster in the Pacific in Fiji, and we have 6 radio stations with 3 televisions and over 200 staff. And yes, we primarily focus on infrastructure continuity and readiness. So at FBC, our disaster preparedness strategy is holistic, combining operation readiness and editorial policies, which are both important in the country. And for a small island nation like Fiji, that is something that we take into consideration because of the disasters that we face, like tropical cyclones, flooding, and also the sea level rises. And on the operations side, I can say that with a hardworking team and during disasters, our systems are backed up. And also, I can say that our AM radio is the ultimate fail-safe which continues during even after, during a severe disaster. So that is something that we really treasure, our AM radio stations, because of the matter of fact of it reaching the coastal communities and also the island nations that Fiji has. And and also I can say that our advanced technology in FBC is something that I can say is a bonus. Also, earlier this year, on the 6th of March, we, Janet can correct me if I'm wrong, from UNDRR, we were the first in the Pacific to submit our resilient action plan to UNDRR, and that is something that first in the Pacific, and something that we really, as an organization, we're really happy of. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Batibasaga. Really exemplary practices. And as you rightly pointed out, radio is often the last lifeline in times of emergency. And after this morning session, I understand we have a dedicated session about the importance of radio in times of emergency. Now, our online speaker, Mr. Rojas Figueroa, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you for being with us.
I'm still working in Guatemala. Thank you for the invitation. I'll tell you a bit about where I am from and what I do.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas Figueroa. Guatemala faces a complex mix of seismic, volcanic, and hydrometeorological hazards like droughts. Given this multifaceted risk, how has your media organization, Prensa Libre, structured its institutional plan to address simultaneous but very different type of disaster risk? And since when has your media organization been attaching more importance to this area?
Okay. As a journalist in Guatemala, I'm a chief information in Prensa Libre. My daily work involves observing and telling the story of a country for a full contrasts. Journalists here require responsibility, accuracy, and a strong connection to the social, political, environmental realities that affect millions of people. And Guatemala is 20 million people. From the newsroom, I coordinate coverage that aims to explain, give context, and amplify the voices of those facing the country's biggest challenges. Guatemala is located in the heart of Central America, bordering Mexico, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. Its geography and climate make it highly vulnerable to natural disaster, storms, floods, landslides. Many of these events have become more frequent and intense due to effects of climate change, especially in communities that are really living in risk conditions. For this reason, at Prensa Libre, we have created a response plan to ensure we can work safely and responsibly during natural disasters. Our priority is to protect the newsroom team and guarantee that information reaches the public even difficult conditions. Reporting during disaster is not only part of our professional duty, but also an essential service to help people stay informed and safe. And it's all.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas Figueroa. Muchas gracias. Now we will move on to the second part of the session, where we'll dive a little deeper into some key areas with a few technical questions. Please follow the discussion closely because this is where you will hear some actionable good practices and lessons learned about some specific areas that can inspire your organizations. Madame MC just told me that we are a little bit running short on time, so I would invite the speakers to be succinct in your responses. Je commence avec Monsieur Boudoury. En tant que représentant d'une autorité nationale de régulation des médias et fort de votre expérience auprès des médias à travers le pays, pouvez-vous nous parler de l'investissement le plus rentable réalisé par les médias comoriens ces dernières années pour renforcer leur capacité à fonctionner et produire des informations de qualité en situation d'urgence? Et comment les réussites du CNPA et d'Al-Watwan pourraient-elles être reproduites dans d'autres pays et par d'autres médias?
Mr. Boudoury, from your perspective as a national media regulatory authority and based on your experience working with media around the country, could you tell us about the most impactful low-cost investment Comorian media made in recent years that boosted their ability and to operate, produce quality and during an emergency? How could the success stories of CNPA and A-Watwa be replicated in other countries by other media?
Encore une fois, merci pour cette question très intéressante qui concerne l'investissement le plus rentable et la reproductivité. Lorsqu'on parle d'investissement, on pense souvent à des équipements coûteux, à la technologie ou aux infrastructures.
When we talk about investments, often we think about expensive equipments in technology and in infrastructure.
Mais dans un pays comme les Comores, l'investissement le plus rentable a été entièrement immatériel.
But in a country like Comoros, our investments are on gathering human skills.
C'est le renforcement des compétences humaines dans les rédactions.
During a couple of years, these investments have been developed.
Depuis quelques années, les médias comoriens ont beaucoup progressé grâce à une série d'initiatives simples mais efficaces.
We have developed these investments of gathering skills during 2 years, which are simple but effective.
Formation régulière sur la vérification des informations.
Regular formation or giving training on information verification.
Exercice de simulation de crise.
Exercise on crisis simulation.
Renforcement de la collaboration, de la culture de collaboration entre journalistes.
Making collaboration between journalists.
Et mise en place de petites procédures internes pour continuer à émettre, même lorsque tout s'arrête autour.
Small internal procedure to continue giving information when everything stops.
Cet investissement dans l'humain a changé la donne.
These investments in human skills have progressed the media in Comoros.
Avec des moyens limités, des médias comoriens sont aujourd'hui plus réactifs, plus organisés et plus fiables en situation d'urgence qu'il ne l'a été il y a 5 ans.
With limited resources, our media is more reactive and well organized.
Et l'exemple le plus parlant vient du journal Al-Watan, notre principal média public.
The most spoken example is AI-Watwa.
Sans nouveaux équipements majeurs, la rédaction a amélioré sa continuité éditoriale grâce à 3 leviers.
Just to clarify that interpreter didn't translate the part, though Mr. Muduri was mentioning Al-Watwan, which is the national newspaper of Comoros. This is the case that he's mentioning. Allez-y.
Bon, je dirais que l'exemple le plus parlant vient d'Al-Watan, notre principal média public. Sans nouveaux équipements majeurs, la rédaction a amélioré sa continuité éditoriale grâce à 3 leviers.
Without new big equipments, our efforts have improved in 3 levels.
1. Les équipes polyvalentes capables de basculer du terrain au numérique.
A multitasking team, we have a multitasking team who can work in digital fields.
Okay. Des outils légers, faciles à utiliser sur téléphone portable ou ordinateur portable.
Light equipments which we can use in mobile phones or laptops.
Et une coordination interne très simple, mais extrêmement efficace.
Simple internal coordination, but very effective.
Lors des dernières crises, cette organisation a permis d'assurer la présence médiatique du pays, même dans les moments les plus difficiles.
During the recent crisis situations, our organization was able to assure the presence of media around the country, even during the most difficult time.
Quant à savoir comment reproduire ces réussites ailleurs, je dirais qu'il y a 2 éléments universels.
So, there are 2 very important facts regarding this.
Premièrement, c'est miser sur les compétences avant la technologie.
First, that believe in human skills before the technology.
Pour aller vite, deuxièmement, encourager la collaboration plutôt que la compétition. Oui, deuxièmement, ou bien, pour les madame, je vais expliquer davantage. Les formations courtes, les ateliers pratiques, les exercices de simulation coûtent très peu, mais transforment profondément les réflexes professionnels en situation d'urgence.
We are giving workshops and training programs, and these programs are not expensive but effective.
Merci, Monsieur Boudori. On est un peu pressé dans le temps.
Pour terminer, je peux dire que c'est.
D'accord.
Merci, thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Boudori. Mr. Rojas Figueroa, this and misinformation are a major threat to climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. They can even cost lives. What is one specific technical protocol your newsroom uses to rapidly verify user-generated content as well as contradictory information received from credible sources during an active emergency? And shifting to non-emergency times, what is the most effective way media organization can leverage data journalism to build public understanding of disaster risk and preventive measures?
Thank you. The information is very important in Guatemala for a very problem for information no correct. It's the problem and the hello.
You are breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
I can hear you. Sorry, my screen is freezing.
No problem. Please continue. We can hear you well, Alex.
Okay. Give me a minute, please. Give me a few minutes, please.
Alex, maybe you can switch off the camera. Maybe you can improve the audio.
Yes. Okay. I can try my camera.
Please go ahead. I think we have lost Alex just now. So maybe in the interest of time, in the meantime, we can move on to the next speaker while Alex is fixing his internet issue. Mr. Shimakawa, NHK's programming about disasters often sets the standard, and you leverage digital technology in your content production and workflows. Which technologies do you think are most useful to enhance disaster programming and preparedness? And when dealing with complex official or scientific data about disaster risk and early warnings, what are your successful formula for translating that information into engaging and actionable media content, and especially for audiences with low science literacy?
Thank you for question. Very good question, but very difficult. There is no single formula for success. But let me share our approach. In Japan, with every major disaster, official data becomes more detailed, both temporary and spatially, by the policy decisions. This is actually positive development, but it also raises challenges. Can such complex information be understood by a broad audience, including elderly people or foreigner people? To address this, visualization technology is very important, powered by digital tools, essential. Actually, I can show you one slide, please. Show one slide. To address this, we broadcast, hazard levels for landslides and floods with geolocation data. This is, you can see a disaster information map we launched 2 years before. That overlays our reporting and video footages on a geographic interface, allowing viewers to see where and what kind of disaster is occurring, alongside official hazard map. During emergencies, we can also add practical support information also, such as water supply points or toilets, directly onto the map. In the afternoon session, I also explain details. And so we also working in mapping past disasters. This interactive approach allows users to operate the map themselves and learn from previous experiences. It is still an early stage initiative, so we can't yet say whether it will become a proven model. However, we believe has great potential and plan to continue.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kostova, hazards like floods or wildfire in regions such as Southeast Europe often ignore national boundaries. Is formal cross-border media collaboration a requirement for effective disaster reporting in your view, or is it rather a liability? Does your media SDK have any successful collaborative initiative with countries in the region? And can you share one concrete do and one significant don't when working with other media outlets on climate and disaster issues?
Yes, we, being in the Balkans, we have a common denominator for all the disasters, being natural or man-made, and that's corruption. So I think that's a common topic that we share as newsrooms with our colleagues, and we explore and investigate in the bigger picture of our reporting whenever there is a natural disaster. We don't have a very structured cooperations, but we cooperate on various projects that we are together in. Mainly, it's exchanging information, know-how, and providing training for the reporters for topics that are based on our experience. The thing is that we also, with the help of the UNESCO project now, we are going to cooperate with a small newsroom in Montenegro, and we're going to exchange our research. We are going to research the budget lines for environmental protection of the biggest municipalities that are mostly affected with ecological issues and disasters, and they are researching the drought that is killing the rivers in several big rivers in Montenegro, with the prospect that we are going to join efforts and also research a different joint story in the future. What I want to point out as a very important effort that we are taking right now is that we are teaming up with a team of scientists from the State University in North Macedonia, the Faculty of Forestry, because the country is facing a huge eco-crisis with the diseases of the pine forests. And the pine forests are 5% of the forests in North Macedonia. So this is the first time that we actually team up with a scientific organization, and it's not, as always, it's not only a natural cause that causes this problem. It's also underlying corruption, it's illegal logging, it's institutional incapability. So we are going to thoroughly research this and make visible this problem and foster a collaboration that will help institutions to first be aware of this problem. Second, be aware of how important field research for the scientists is, because there are decades of underfunding and disinvestment. And the third, I think we will manage to, our goal is to make the institutions do their job, but in a more, let's say, collaborative way, rather than each one doing one part of their job only. So do's and don'ts in partnership is, I think, all the time is about the values. Our main value and goal is to maintain the editorial independence, to protect our human capital, and to serve our audience with timely and verified information. And we can collaborate with anybody who is within those values, regardless of the borders.
Thank you, Ms. Kostova. Mr. Batipasaga, focusing on the need to leave no one behind, can you share one or two good practices FBC has implemented to ensure early warnings and recovery information reach and consider the needs of remote and the most vulnerable populations? Do you have any recommendations on this and that are specific to on-air programming and digital content, since you are the digital content officer?
Thank you, Marco. So I feel like leaving no one behind has to apply from all level. Like a small country, a small island development country like Fiji, I feel like, our focus from FBC point of view as media to educate, inform, and unite communities in times of disasters, because I feel they need to be aware of how disasters and how disaster will occur, and also the fact that continue.
Contingency plan activated. Please continue.
Yeah, and the early warnings of recovery and updates. The first good practice I would like to share is our strong use of AM, as I've mentioned earlier, which is our ultimate safe radios, fail-safe rather, that reaches where mobile cannot reach. This helps us reach communities in the outer islands of Fiji, because there are remote communities and coastal communities and also remote islands. And and also we like to repeat infographics as a digital officer. We like to repeat infographics and quick, easy messages so then people can understand. Because in that way, during disaster, like having to provide people with long speeches and long stories, that it will be much more difficult for them to to digest. So simple wording as a broadcaster, and also just providing them with easy steps of evacuations. And something I would like to share is the big obstacle that we face in the Pacific, and one of them would be miscommunication, and also just fake news that happens in the country. I'd like to share instances where some pages they share content that are fake, and that is easily shared across the nation, having people see that they'll tend to okay, that's something that they'll creep into in a fast way, because in Fiji Facebook is something that reaches the outer islands and also the people. So sharing that as fake news, people, they like to create fake picture pages. So what we do is we correct them as quickly as possible, and we make them rely on us for relevant information that during disasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. We have covered many institutional strategy, policies, and technologies. As we wrap up, I want to ask each of you for one final take-home insight, one single piece of advice for the media representative in this audience. You have 30 seconds maximum each. I will start with Mr. Boudouri. 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Je vais résumer en disant que le meilleur investissement, ce n'est pas un outil. Le meilleur investissement, c'est des journalistes formés. Et cela n'a pas de coût.
The best investment is not in equipment, but on our well-equipped journalists.
Je profite des 20 secondes qui me restent pour remercier chaleureusement les organisateurs de ce sommet, l'UNESCO, pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée dans cette belle ville de Colombo. Merci.
I warmly thank the organizers of this summit and UNESCO and this beautiful city Colombo for their warm welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Badibasaga.
Yeah, just simple. Just helping communities stay safe and supporting media development across the Pacific, and just working together to combat this fake news and disinformation, and also understanding the safety and preparedness when it comes to disaster.
Thank you. Mr. Shimakawa, final recommendation.
Actually, visualization is important, but it's not enough. Our announcers also work on crafting message that convey their meaning behind the data in relative terms. For instance, in this area, a tsunami is expected to reach as per a shopping mall. Please move further inland beyond that point. So this meaning translate technology to the clearly meaning for the guidance. This human judgment is communication skills is very important.
Yes, and I think the main takeout from this session is that as newsrooms we need to take the time to think of to devise a plan of our protection from disasters, in order to be ready to report and save lives when the time comes.
Alex, are you still here with us? No, okay. Thank you all. So the message is loud and clear. The difference between a prepared, robust media sector and a scrambling one is the difference between a society that withstands a disaster and recovers from it and one that is left vulnerable. Once again, a big thank you to our exceptional panel for sharing these invaluable insights and lessons, which I hope have given you some inspiration and food for thought. A big round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you, Marco, and thank you, our panelists, distinguished panelists who traveled from all over the world to join us today in Colombo. Now we will have a short break, coffee break, and please come back at 11 because we continue these important discussions. So we will see you at 11 a.m., please. Now you can enjoy your coffee.
නිල බැංකු සහකරු
The BOC multi-currency travel card. One card. Endless adventures.
සාදර අනුග්‍රහය
වාසනාව ගෙන දෙමින් රට කොට නැගීමට දායක වූයේ ජාතික ලොතරැයි මණ්ඩලය.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ශුරන්ස් ලයිෆ් මෙඩිචැම්ප් එක්ක නම් කැමති විදිහට ජීවිතේ විඳින්න පුළුවන්.
නව නේචර් සීක්‍රට්ස් ෆේෂල් වොෂ් ස්වාභාවික සුන්දරත්වයෙන් ඉදිරියට.
දැන් තරුණ ඔබට NSP ෆස්ට් හෝම් ඕන වෙතින් 6.6.75ක අඩුම පොලියකින් අරගෙන නිවාසනයක්.
ජීවිතේම එළිය කරන සංවර්ධන ලොතරැය.
එදා බොගවන්තලාව කාට දැන් බොගවන්තලාව එක්ස්ට්‍රා ස්ට්‍රෝං නමින් රන් රවුමේ රස පාට.
ඔබත් අදම විෂන් කෙයා එන්න හරිදේ හරිතැනින් අරගන්න.
මම ෆෝරෙවර් ෆේස් වොෂ් පෙලක් නිර්මාණය කළේ ඒ නිසයි. මම චාන්දිනී බණ්ඩාර.
Blue Field ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය දියුරුමේ අභිමානය.
The BOC multi-currency travel card. One card. Endless adventures. වාසනාව ගෙන දෙමින් රට කොට නැගීමට දායක වූයේ ජාතික ලොතරැයි මණ්ඩලය.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ශුරන්ස් ලයිෆ් මෙඩිචැම්ප් එක්ක නම් කැමති විදිහට ජීවිතේ විඳින්න පුළුවන්.
හැමදාම මහ පොළොවේ කොට්ටුණු මගේ තාත්තට මාව ඉංජිනේරුවෙක් කරන්න තරම් වත්කමක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඒත් මම ඉංජිනේරුවෙක් වෙනවා දකින්න තාත්තා ආස කළා. තාත්තගේ ආසාව බොඳ වෙලා ගියේ නැත්තේ මහ පොළොව ශිෂ්‍යත්වයේ අපේ පිහිටට ආපු නිසායි. මේ වගේ අහස අල්ලන ගොඩනැගිලි හදන්න මම දැන් මගේ දැනුම දෙනවා. හැබැයි මහ පොළොව නොතිබුණා නම් මම අද කොහෙද?
මහ පොළොව ශිෂ්‍යත්ව පිරිනැමීමට අපට ශක්තිය ලැබුණේ ඔබ වියදම් කරන පුංචි රුපියල් 40න් බව ඔබ දන්නවද? ජීවිතේම එළිය කරන සංවර්ධන ලොතරැය. නව නේචර් සීක්‍රට්ස් ෆේෂල් වොෂ් ස්වාභාවික සුන්දරත්වයෙන් ඉදිරියට.
ඔබ දන්නවාද? ලොව හොඳම තේ වැවෙන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ මුහුදු මට්ටමින්. අඩි 4500ත් 6000ත් අතර රන්වන් නිම්නයේ ලෙස ලොවම හඳුනන බොගවන්තලාව වතුයාය බව. බොගවන්තලාව තේනිවසෙන් පණිවිඩයක්.
අසීමිත අවස්ථාවන් සපිරි ලොවකට පිවිසෙන්න. දැනුම් සම්භාරයකින් සන්නද්ධ වන්න. ඔබේ හැකියාවන් බලගන්වමින් ඔබේ ජීවිතයේ
Mr. Kodipire.
So I can hear you.
පොඩ්ඩක් ඈතට වෙන්න පුළුවන්කමක්
පුළුවන් තරම් ඉක්මනට මාව
ඔබේම ආරක්ෂාවයි. ඔන්න මේ දැනුම් දීමෙන් පස්සේ ගඟ හරහා යන්න එපා. බෑවුම් මසලින් යන්නත් එපා. නායයා ගම් වතුර බලාගෙනයි. ගම් වතුර මඩ හරිම පැහැදිලි. වතුර පිරුණ පාරක යනකොට වීදුරු කට තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. පාවහන් පැලඳ යාම ආරක්ෂාකාරී නේද? කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට හිටියොත් ආරක්ෂාව ලැබෙයි. මේ ගම් වතුර රැට එළියට බහින්න නම් එපා. බලාගෙනයි. ගම් වතුර මට්ටම ඉහළ යනවා. එළියට යන්න එපා. උස ස්ථානයක රැඳී සිටීම හුඟක් වැදගත්. මේ බලන්න මෙන්න හොඳ වැඩ. දිනපතාම
නිල බැංකු සහකරු.
The BOC Multi-Currency Travel Card. One card. Endless adventures.
සාදර අනුග්‍රහය.
වාසනාව ගෙන දෙමින් රට කොට නැගීමට දායක වූයේ ජාතික ලොතරැයි මණ්ඩලය.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ශුරන්ස් ලයිෆ් මෙඩිචැම්ප් එක්ක නම් කැමති විදිහට ජීවිතේ විඳින්න පුළුවන්.
නව Nature Secrets Facial Wash ස්වාභාවික සුන්දරත්වයෙන් ඉදිරියට.
දැන් තරුණ ඔබට NSP First Home Loan වෙතින් 6.75ක අඩුම පොලියකින් අරගෙන නිවාසනායක්.
ජීවිතේම එළිය කරන සංවර්ධන ලොතරැය.
එදා බොගවන්තලාව කාට දැන් බොගවන්තලාව එක්ස්ට්‍රා ස්ට්‍රෝං නමින් රන් රවුමේ රස පාට.
ඔබත් අදම විෂන් කෙයා එන්න හරිදේ හරිතැනින් අරගන්න.
මම ෆෝරෙවර් ෆේස් වොෂ් පෙලක් නිර්මාණය කළේ ඒ නිසයි. මම චාන්දිනී බණ්ඩාර.
Blue Field ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය තීව්‍රමේ අභිමානය.
Good morning again and welcome back. We now continue our day one and we begin a critical discussion, an increasing need for dedicated support for media and disaster management. And moderating for this session, I would like to invite Ms. Mali Hazas, UNESCO's Regional Advisor for South Asia. So let's give her a warm welcome.
Maybe it's better that I address you from here, if you can see me. As disasters grow more frequent and severe, the role of media as both a lifeline during emergencies and a catalyst for prevention before disasters is more vital than ever. Yet media also face their unique vulnerabilities in crisis, from infrastructure loss to information silos and misinformation. Today's panel, together, a disaster management authority, a media representative, a civil society organization, and the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. It reflects the ecosystem needed to support the media at the heart of our multi-stakeholder actions to build disaster resilience and ensure that no community is left unheard during crisis. We will also discuss the official launch and operationalization of the UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for Media Institutions. So without further ado, let me introduce our speakers. Nargiza Numanova, Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, expert on media capacity and broadcast partnership for disaster information dissemination. Janet Ellsworth, Chief Communications Advocacy, Knowledge Management and ICT, United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Mr. Manish Bardawaj, Secretary, NDMA India, Lead on National Disaster Management Coordination, who's joining us online. Mr. Pradeep Kodipili, Director for Disaster Management Center, Sri Lanka, leads National Disaster Risk Reduction, Emergency Preparedness and Response Coordination, with deep expertise in integrating early warning systems, interagency collaboration, and community resilience building in multi-hazard context, also joining us online. And last but not least, Ms. Krishna Karki, Technical Advisor and former General Secretary for Disaster Preparedness Network, Nepal. And Ms. Karki, she's also civil society leader with extensive experience in disaster risk reduction, humanitarian action, and women's leadership in DRM in Nepal. Welcome. I don't know, we can check, are the two speakers online already there? One already? Okay, so hopefully the next one will join us very soon. So thank you for joining us for this important session. To set the stage for our discussion on dedicated media support and disaster management, I'll first invite each of our distinguished guests here and speakers to share brief framing remarks, drawing on their experience and perspective from regional media, disaster response authorities, UN framework, civil society and development cooperation. So we'll start. We'll begin with you, Nargiza. If you can give us framing remarks to open the session, mainly to share initial thoughts on the evolving role and impact of media in communicating disaster risk and supporting disaster response.
Thank you, Mali, and pleased to be part of this important discussion. So we have been talking about the role of media and disaster risk reduction communication and also climate communication over these 2 days, and not only these 2 days, but starting from 2014 when we established this important summit and started building this network between media organization and stakeholders, agencies. So the role of media in disaster risk communication has fundamentally evolved. It's no longer just reporting and providing the information. It's about being an integral part of early warning system and the bridge between authorities and communities. And it is a force for resilience before, during, and after crisis. In today's complex risk landscape, media must act quickly, credibly, and inclusively. But to do that, well, to act well, a media organization needs, as I think, three things: preparedness, trust, and collaboration, of course. Preparedness means having the right internal system in place, not only for broadcasting during emergencies, but also for protecting staff, ensuring business continuity, and using formats that reach all audience, especially the most vulnerable. And the trust is important because it's built through accuracy and transparency. When people are scared when something happens, so they don't just want to be informed, but they want to know that the information they're getting from is reliable, it's trustworthy. And it is our core mission of the public broadcasters to provide that real information. They want to know that the broadcasters who deliver the information media, they understand the reality, they understand the situation, and that the information they are getting from, they can trust it. And because misinformation and disinformation is becoming real threat for disaster and climate communication, so it is important to build that trust. And yesterday we were talking about also media information literacy, which is important for not only the audience who consume the information, but also for the broadcaster and media organization who provide the information. And finally, collaboration with disaster agencies, civil society, and local communities is a key. No single newsroom can do it alone. We must be part of an ecosystem that anticipates risks and also responds as one. So as we discuss disaster response today, let's remember, media is not just a bystander. It is an essential actor in protecting lives and rebuilding hope.
Thank you very much. You touched on very important points. I want to see if we can hear now as a comment if Mr. Manish has joined us from India, from MDMA, or not yet. So we'll put the question a bit aside and maybe we can go to you, Janet. So my question to you is mostly about international commitments. And it's not a question per se. If you can just give us a few words about international commitments, best practices, including those by UNDRR, but also for integrating disaster risk reduction frameworks within media preparedness. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. So I'll just briefly define the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction in case there are those out there who are not familiar with that. It's a blueprint set up in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals and 2030 Agenda that shows us the way to protect everyone on the planet from disasters and to focus on disaster resilient development. And the progress against the Sendai Framework is very mixed, so we're making progress happily in reducing the number of people who are impacted, who are killed by disasters every year. And in some areas things are not so good. So in fact the cost that disasters are costing every year, the damage that's done is actually increasing, and there's many reasons for that, which I won't go into in great detail. But one of the areas that we are happily making progress in is that of early warning systems, and part of the reason for that is actually because of the role that media plays in this important area and global advocacy initiatives such as the Early Warning for All initiative that the UN Secretary General announced a couple of years ago. So we are making some progress, and the media has a critical role to play in that area. They need to provide information that's timely, understandable, and actionable. But you can't deliver an actionable early warning system if you yourself are impacted by the disastrous event. So that's why the framework that UNESCO has launched today is so important. It's really a protective tool for media to be able to get up and running as quickly as possible to be able to serve those communities that they need to reach. And the Sendai Framework also talks about critical infrastructure, so they talk about health and education, but in fact we can more and more count information channels as critical infrastructure. So we really should be thinking along those lines and protecting some of the most critical structures that we need in place for faster response and recovery. In very practical terms, UNDRR promotes working across silos and breaking down the barriers between working across government, civil society, different parts of government even, and the media. So I wanted to highlight that when we were working on Media Saving Lives, we started to see the need for working groups in country that linked government, national disaster management authorities with Met officers who give the information about oncoming weather-related disasters, and the media, who would then be responsible for issuing those disasters. Very practical actions that we promote. And I wanted to give a really brief, you asked for best practices, so a story that came out of Tonga that's very positive. In Tonga in 2022, there was a volcano that resulted in a tsunami. And our colleagues who work on monitoring the tsunami in New Zealand, Australia, and around the Pacific, they told us that because when the impact happened and all the communications went down, they were absolutely terrified of what the impact was, because they had no idea what was going on. And when the dust settled and the waters retreated, they learned that Tonga had been able to get everybody evacuated. They only lost 4 people in the whole country because they announced the early warning on time. And both the government and the Tonga Broadcasting Corporation who had been involved in the Media Saving Lives activity, told us that that was because of the action that they had taken and the practice that they had had, and they had been doing their tsunami drills on just 2 months earlier for World Tsunami Awareness Day. So it's a great example of how all the linked up activity across government, across the UN and civil society partner and the media had a really happy result. And we don't have those stories very often, but they're very powerful. So I just wanted to close with one final thought. As Nagiza was saying, and we've said many times, this is all about trust. You don't build trust with your community at the moment that a disaster hits. You have to build it in the time in between. You have to do your preparedness before the disaster comes. So if you're waiting for a disaster event to see if your media house is resilient, or if you're waiting for the disaster event to see if the community will listen, you've waited. It's too late. It doesn't work. So my message is start now. Get your media resilience plan in place and get working on that outreach, that trust building, and the disaster preparedness.
Thank you, Janet. You both made important points. We're talking about trust. Yesterday we also talked about how the public should make critical decisions. They can only make critical decisions when they have access to information, which the media provides. And of course, media has to also get the information from somewhere, whether for early detection or later for a response. So here we go now to our next speaker, Mr. Pradeep. And a reminder, Mr. Pradeep Padipili is the director of Sri Lanka's Disaster Management Center. So, Mr. Pradeep, how do you see DMC collaborating with media to ensure effective disaster communication, but also community resilience in Sri Lanka?
Thank you very much. So I'm joining online. Sorry for the not attending physically because I'm out of the country. So, since I've been working with the media since 20 years' time, right around in the disaster management sector. So, I at the first blush, because in 2006-7 era we got that media to the early warning messaging and all, but we converted that one as to the disaster risk reduction measures and awareness for the people. So, the early warning is a number one important thing, because sometimes we cannot mitigate all the disasters around the country, around Sri Lanka. But the important thing is we can take our people back from disaster situations as well. So the important thing is the early warning. So media has a very strong hand, because people trust the media. The important thing, because we have conducted a lot of surveys. So trust of the people is one of the very important things. So people trust the media, the messages, so they are validated. That is very important. The Disaster Management Center already provided the details to media and connected with 24/7 basis. All the early warnings have all been connected with the media. When you are coming to the ground level people, so that is very important. The messages from the media is very, very important. That is a very important point. And when you consider about the disaster risk reduction, so the preparedness is one of a very important thing. I suggest for the media, after the disaster, we can talk a lot, but before the disaster, we have to do a lot. Please, I think it's very important, the awareness for the communities, even for the children, school children. Even school children need some kind of a very important information through the media. That is why we are expecting to have kind of a interaction in between the media, because I myself have been attended with the media since 20 years time with the disaster management sector as a media spokesperson. I'm going to let you in when the meeting starts.
Sorry, you could go ahead.
So I really appreciate that event that ABU, because we attended all the ABU events. And also the thing is, so media has one of a very important role, the early warning, awareness, and also even for the preparedness. So those three very important role. If the media can collaborate with the disaster management sector, not the sector in everywhere in the world, so that would be very important. That is my opinion. So early warning, I really appreciate the media that the early warning is very. But if you consider by the nighttime early warning could be kind of a very serious situation. But the media has to be well awake with the media, and also we have to awake all these people. Even the tsunami, because I have been hit with the tsunami. I was a victim of the tsunami. My life is also was in danger with that particular situation. So I really suggest, if the night time, if there is a disaster, there should be a connectivity with the community, with the media. That is very important. I really know that the audience has a lot of experiences with me, all these audience, but the thing is, we need to continue with the early warning, the preparedness, as well as the community engagement, because people trust. We cannot avoid the trust, because people trusting all the media messages. That's why the disaster management sector has to take a lot of engagement with the media to make the trust more and more with the community as well. This is a very important point that I'm talking, because you really appreciate the media role in the disaster management sector in Sri Lanka, because they have done a lot. Even I really appreciate the Lanka Rupavahini Corporation and all these the engagement for the media. But if they are not running in 24/7 basis, that might be a huge problem. It's a very critical, important event. But you and myself will be the victim of the disaster even today or tomorrow. But we need to think about that time as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kadipili. Indeed, I mean, communication during around disaster is critical, but the early warning can save lives, and that's why your communication, open channels with media is vital, but also media's capacity to know how to convey that information timely is really important. That's why we have the model plan that we can build on, and there's This project is going to be already piloted in 3 countries, or 4 countries actually, including Sri Lanka, India, Nepal, and also in Bhutan. And here we go to our speaker from India. So we have Mr. Manish, and if you allow me just to give again a brief reminder, Mr. Manish Pardawaj is the Secretary of the National Disaster Management Authority of India, and we'd like to hear from you, Mr. Manish, your perspective as well. Just as we heard from Mr. Pradeep on trusted information, as Nargiza said, trusted information flows and intersectoral collaboration with media, both in emergency and non-emergency contexts related to DRR.
Yeah. Good morning, distinguished colleagues, esteemed members of the media, representatives of government and UNESCO, and dear friends. It is an honor to share some reflections on a theme that lies at the heart of effective disaster governance, trusted information flows, and intersectoral collaboration with the media both in times of crisis and in times of calm. Let me begin by grounding this discussion in our established national mandate. The National Policy on Disaster Management, NPDM of 2009, is unequivocal. The media is not a peripheral actor, but a critical partner across all phases of disaster management, preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. This is not a matter of occasional engagement. It is a formal requirement for us. The policy clearly states that structured collaboration between NTP and the media must be institutionalized rather than
Can you see if he's muted? Mr. Manesh, we suddenly lost the sound. I don't know if it's from our side or yours. Are you muted? Did it go on mute? Did it mute? Yeah.
Am I audible now? Am I
Yes.
audible?
Perfect. Thank you. You can continue.
So I'll just repeat what I just said earlier. The National Policy on Disaster Management 2009 is unequivocal that it clearly specifies that media is not a peripheral actor but a critical partner across all phases of disaster management. So it is encompassing preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. So this is not a matter of occasional engagement but a formal requirement. The policy clearly states that structured collaboration between NDMA and media must be institutionalized rather than left to ad hoc arrangements that vary from incident to incident. Our goal is therefore only fast communication, not only faster communication but trusted communication that is authoritative, geospatially accurate, and grounded in real-time data. To this end, we are strengthening our emergency operations centers at state as well as district level, equipping them with modern communication technologies, decision support systems, and redundancies such as satellite and ham radio network. These systems ensure that when the system seeks verified information, there is a single, reliable source to depend upon. Equally important is the whole of government responsibility. Laid out by the Disaster Management Act, every central ministry and their state counterpart is required to integrate preparedness, communication, and warning dissemination into plans. In other words, communication is not the domain of any single agency. It is a collective duty, and within that collective framework, the media is recognized as a cross-cutting stakeholder across all government. We are implementing this mandate also through the incident response system, which truly anchors our ability to communicate with clarity and coherence during a disaster. The IRS gives us a unified command structure, bringing every responding agency onto a single platform with clearly defined roles from the incident commander to the information and media officer. NDMA issued guidelines on IRS in 2010 to ensure that all ministries, departments, states, districts, etc. embed this system into their respective broader EM plans. This ensures that the public receives information that is timely, accurate, and consistent even in the most challenging moment. As we deepen IRS implementation across states and departments, our partnership with the media becomes even more crucial. When the media amplifies verified advisories and counters misinformation, it directly strengthens response on the ground. Building a stronger interface between IRS communication functions and our media colleagues will be essential to a more reliable and resilient disaster management systems. This is all from my side for now.
Thank you very much. We've heard about public institutions being all involved, no silos. We talked about the media's role, we talked about international commitments and support, but what about civil society?
Okay. Hello. It's okay. So, good morning and namaste. Honor to hear on behalf of civil society organization from Nepal. So, let me start a bit about the context of our country. You all know that Nepal is naturally very beautiful country. We have high Himalayas, steep hillsides and flat plain. And we are very rich in diversity. But at the same time, this geography is making us more vulnerable. Mountain areas, melting glaciers, in hillside, we have been facing landslide and flood, and southern flood plain area is devastating flood, making us vulnerable day by day. And except tsunami and volcano, we have all type of hazard. And also research shows that mountain regions like our are warming faster than the global average. The cascading risk demands urgent attention, like the country of ours. So at the same time, media scene is changing faster. Civil society group, journalists, broadcasters, and digital platforms, they are also engaging more in the climate and disaster discourse nowadays. It's very good news, but still the gap is there. So, because especially in our country is very rich in language diversity also. We have 126 languages, can you believe, in a small country like Nepal. That's why the locally relevant messaging and accessible and multilingual context is there is a gap. And translating data into practical advice to the community is still a gap to reach for the remote and marginalized community. So, when disaster hits, recently in September last week, we had a first monsoon disasters. And then because of the media, our life, we are able to save more life this year in compared to past, because we are working together, media and civil society, government and communities, though there are still so many gaps. So basically media have been working in the raising awareness and shaping the discourse between the community, government and civil society to talk about the climate risks, especially in mountain and remote area. And they are also trying to help bridging between the science, policy and practices. But still need to think about the gap, and there is big gap on the inclusion, accountable communication. That's still big gap. So what key message I brought from Nepal in this summit is invest more in the capacity for the media and civil society together. We have to work together. One cannot work silo to make resilience of our community. Focus on inclusive and local stories. Still, we have not heard so much story from the communities. Still, there is a one-way storytelling systems. One-way communication is mostly prevalent. Why we are able to save more lives this year? Because we started two-way communication systems. In some cases, because the government, one good systems like our government, we have established National Disaster Platform. So National Disaster Risk Reduction Platform created 9 thematic areas. Then one of the area is the media and communication. So that's why we are able to focus in some cases, not always. So inclusive local story is still need to bring to the all community, and we need building strong partnership, collaboration with civil society, government, private sector and communities still need to build. And the regional networking is very important, that I feel, especially linking mountain, island and coastal region to share our best practices in resilient storytelling. So what I would like to share commitment from this in this summit is to inform so every community understands risks, to include so no one is left on her to act so our temporary tomorrow become cleaner, greener and safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. You touched on very important points here. But while you were speaking, I was thinking, years ago, this was the case. There would be no information. Now, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there's a lot of information on social media. A lot of it is, I don't want to say all of it, but most of it could be creating panic because it's not credible, trustworthy information. Could create chaos, which of course could hamper any, it would hamper any efforts to save lives, right? So basically, I go to Nargiza here. You talked about media, about empowering media. What do you feel are the priorities to empower media so that they would be able to provide this trustworthy, timely information? Especially that during disaster, and we mentioned it before, is that media themselves would be affected. A lot of media houses, radio stations could be demolished during disaster as well. So what do you think are the top priorities when empowering media to do their job?
Yeah, thank you for question. And I would like to comment what was Krishna was saying, that because of media, they were able to save more lives. So when we speak about media, and you also mentioned another part that about misinformation or any panicking information. So again, coming back again, providing the trustworthy and reliable information, it's a safe living. It's a critical. So to empower media organizations to deliver timely and accurate information and trusted information in disaster context, I believe there are mainly three immediate priorities. First, we need to institutionalize disaster preparedness protocols within media operations. And therefore, for instance, adopting these tools like UNESCO, model disaster preparedness and response plan that we have developed, is integrating them into the editorial policies and technical workflows and decision-making is in decision-making structures is important. Second, capacity building is essential to equip journalists, media workers with the skills and the knowledge is important. So with the skills of risk communication, verification under pressure, and inclusive messaging, because when something happens in emergency, it's a very pressing that you want to, especially newsrooms, they want to immediately report about that something happened. But verifying that information and get a trusted source is important, and that again we go back to collaboration. When we collaborate with the agencies and those who provide the accurate information is important. So when the media organization, especially public broadcaster, they stay close to the agencies, those who provide the trusted information is very critical. And the third, we must ensure redundancy and business continuity planning, because disaster, they damage the infrastructure. But people still turn on to media to get the information. So especially in this time, critical time, the radio is important. Because for life-saving information, we need to find that who would be the one of the source of media that we can listen or watch. And in this case, and we will talk about that later, the radio's role is very important. As for reaching diverse communities, broadcasters need to ensure messaging is accessible in multiple languages. And also Krishna, she mentioned about that, because when we report in one language, minor communities or like distant communities or speaking in different language, they may not understand what's happening. They may sense that something is happening, but what is exactly is important, so they can take actions. And also that we reach those who are often excluded, like persons with disabilities or in the very distant areas or elderly. So the role of media in crisis is not only to inform, it is to connect, to reassure, and to empower. And for that, we need preparedness, we need response, and we need to be and we have to be in good connection with all who is involved.
Thank you. Thank you. You made very important points. Inclusion is a very important factor. And maybe we can go here to Mr. Manesh again. My question to you is twofold. So basically, what partnership models between disaster management authorities in India and media have proven effective in the past? And if you can also tell us if there are any things that can be done better, differently, with media on disaster prevention and preparedness. And I'm not talking only about times of emergency, but also times of emergency, also with the what do you call them, before the crisis hits.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I would like to say that in India, to answer your question, what partnership models have proven most effective in the Indian context. So I would like to say that the ability of the NDMA to establish two-way communication with media, not only during the time of emergency, but also during we are in the preparatory phase, so that the preparedness phase, so that there is a sustained, continuous exchange of information through the media to the general public. So in India, I would say that recently we have developed an app for dissemination of public warning. We call it Sache. So through this app, it's India's first and only national disaster alert portal, which is developed by the government of India for the purposes of NDMA. Built on the global common alerting protocol, this app integrates alerts from all major scientific and technical agencies. That is the Indian Meteorological Department, IMD, Central Water Commission, INCOIS, Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, etc. So the strength lies in multi-channel communication. Citizens receive real-time geo-targeted alerts in multiple Indian languages through SMS, mobile apps, browser notifications, and even satellite terminals through Gagan and Navik. I also told you earlier about the incident command system, which is in as per the national policy on disaster management. So it institutionalizes a structured communication architecture during emergencies. So the NDMA has issued guidelines on the IRS under the Disaster Management Act, and the primary objective is to enhance and standardize India's disaster response mechanism through aiming for effective, efficient and comprehensive disaster management to minimize loss of life and property. So the IRS works on a simple principle. It's all public information approved by the incident commander, ensuring coherence across NDMA, state authorities, National Disaster Response Force, the Armed Forces and District Administration. The Information and Media Officer plays a pivotal role, preparing official updates, countering misinformation, coordinating with scientific agencies, and maintaining an incident log. So, these are during the times of emergencies. So, what happens in the normal times when when we are preparing? We basically keep ourselves prepared and ready to face any eventual disaster. So, the role of media and the integration of media is critically more important in such times as well. So, National Disaster Management Act states, the National Disaster Management Plan of 2019 very clearly lays down that this communication must be continuous, transparent and sustained. So we must build a risk-informed society, and that requires transparent sharing of hazard, exposure and vulnerable information, and is a
Thank you, Mr. Manesh. Thank you very much. If you still want to add, let us know, but we lost your voice now at the end.
Yeah, so am I audible? Because there's some buzzing here, I could also hear at my end, but I think it's now clear. So this is all I wanted to say, that we have been recent public campaigns which have been engaging with the media to keep the public informed, misinformed, has been in terms of school safety drives which have been undertaking, engagement with the community, engagement of the youth, and capacity building and the mass media campaigns on every type of hazard exposure pertaining to the various different states in our country. So I believe that these initiatives have really emboldened the efforts undertaken by NDMA to reach to the general public through our media. The media has played a very stellar role in our communication strategy in terms of disseminating the correct and the right information, not only during the times of emergencies, but also during the time of calm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we heard Mr. Manesh talk about the strategy in India. We also were talking about the model plan. And thank you again for the invaluable input from UNDRR for the preparation of the plan. My question to you is, what are the best approaches to support operational cooperation between what we're referring to here as the authorities, the working on disaster risk reduction, various stakeholders and media organizations? And in the remaining 5 years of the Sendai framework, what are the next steps that you believe are needed for mainstreaming media as partners, not just channels, because that's how we always look at media, but they're also partners in this disaster risk reduction in international and national BRR strategies?
Thanks very much. So I think the key word here is partnership, and it's probably not the right audience to make that plea, but I would make that in every presentation that I make. So really to governments to really engage the media in the partnerships and that they are building. And I touched on the working groups, the tripartite working groups that we were trying to establish in countries, which is Met officers, government and media. And that's a very good example of institutionalizing those partnerships, because what we see more and more is the right thing happens on the ground. You know, there's this expression that necessity is the mother of invention. But what we see really in very local contexts and in places where communities are very exposed to hazards, these partnerships happen because there's no other way that they can operate. They just need to happen like that. So one of the main calls that we would make is to have them institutionalized. And then there's very practical steps we can take. UNDRR specifically is really focusing on its media capacity building in that area, and I do hope that everyone will have a look at the free media course that we have put out. We can hopefully share the QR code for that again, and the media network that we're building, because peer-to-peer learning is very important in that regard as well. And I think, you know, there's a lot of focus at the moment on funding. International development assistance is reducing in many contexts. But it's important that media remember that most of disaster risk reduction will actually be carried out by private funding. So, you know, in your context, have a look around and hold government to account of how they're spending those very important resources. Is there an infrastructure project being undertaken? Are they doing it in a resilient way? Are they abiding to local building codes? Are they enforcing the regulations that will make that infrastructure safe? Are there bridges or roads being built? All of these things, we know that they are taking place and that they should be done in a disaster resilient way. And I think this is a key role that media can take, because you need to look at what's happening, where those funds are being invested. It's actually an opportunity, because disaster risk reduction investments are shown to have a huge impact. So every dollar, there's lots of different calculations, but we say on average every dollar invested in resilience can actually save up to $6 in rebuilding that infrastructure when it's damaged by a disaster. So it actually saves money to build upfront in a resilient way. So I think that's an area where the media can really have a very active role in asking those really tough questions. And then finally, I think is a very important point that my colleague here said. You know, advocacy can be global, policy can be national, but at the end of the day, action is local. So what we really need is to make sure that communities are engaged. That's every part of community. The media has a very critical role to play there. And in the last 5 years of the Sendai framework, what we know is Disaster risk reduction works. It saves lives. It saves money. We know what to do. We have the technology and the know-how, and all we need to do now is to do it much faster and invest more and get it done.
Absolutely agree. I know that, we all think immediately, and this is the right way of thinking, is that saving lives is the priority. But at the end of the day as well, there's another important component. When we talk about communication, reliable, timely information available, this is for the locals, but it's also for those who are, whether they're tourists, whether they are international investors. And the thing is, when I, as an investor or as a tourist, do not trust that there is communication that will be delivered timely before, if there is a disaster, during, this will hamper any recovery actions, right? Because again, economy will be impacted during disaster. So therefore, this recovery action, this having investments, this having trust in foreign investment and in tourism, this means will be part of also the recovery afterwards. And so every penny you put in is actually saving you money later on as well. So this is the financial aspect. But again, we're talking about the humanitarian here, and therefore we go for our next question here to Mr. Pradeep. So, Mr. Godipili. He left. Okay. Well, we wanted to ask him another important question, but I think it was also partially already answered by Mr. Manesh for India, because this collaboration between media and authorities are also very important. But now we have to go also to a very important component, which we go back again to civil society perspective. So, Krishna, from the perspective of civil society and communities, what are the critical gaps that you can identify in disaster information and inclusion that media and disaster management and response agencies could address collectively, and this is the key word here, to ensure that no one, especially women, marginalized, other at-risk groups, are left behind during emergencies, of course? And how can we ensure effective two-way communication between media and communities on disaster preparedness and also response?
Thank you. The long questions.
Very long question.
Answer should be also.
But I know you have a very
long.
interesting answer.
I will try to make short. From the civil society and community perspective, one of the major disaster information gap is lack of disaggregated and inclusive data. Because mostly in the risk assessment and early warning system, it do not break down information by sex, age, disability, ethnics, minority, gender identity, or economic status. It's always gap we have seen, either in the risk assessment or early warning, or even in the post disaster situation. So that's a measure. Because of that, the distinct need of those people, especially persons with disability, older people, women with different intersectionality and the gender, different identity of the gender. So their need has not been addressed. There is always chance to miss their need. So secondly is a barrier to accessing the information. As I already mentioned, even the country like Nepal, India, and many in the South Asian country, mostly, not whole Asia, especially in my own country, including the South Asian country, because of the social norms, the women's mobility and decision making is still limited. So because of that, and also the marginalized community often, mainly they face the language barrier. Because the country where we have 126 languages and the message is going only national and regional language, or I would like to say less than 10 languages. If government or news agencies cover, then how people can get a message? Then another barrier is the low literacy rate also, because people cannot have a digital divides and others. That's also limiting there, and limited connectivity, and those kind of structural barriers also undermine the access to life-saving information. And then third is a top-down and generic communication. Always messaging going through the media to media and civil society or government to the community. But how about the messaging receiving from the community to the upward? So two-way communication is still there is a gap. Limited inclusion in planning and designing of the communication strategy. So that's also still, because we don't know how, like what kind of information or what kind of strategy we need to adopt so that community can easily understand and accept those messages. That's still limiting. And the weak feedback loop between community media and agencies. So feedback, that's a major gap. Another is safety and security of the media. Journalist is the country who is very vulnerable for the multi-hazard risks, and the geographical remoteness is making people, especially journalists, in more in the risks, because we have seen in the 2015 earthquake and different flood and landslide times, there is also safety and security. So the second part,
we have 5 minutes left.
Okay,
if you can.
Just two-way communication, I will just give the point. Engage in the co-design communication with people. Then second is use the diversity and localized communication channel. One communication channel, like I use radio, SMS, whatever, and mostly in our case, building the in-person network is very important. We have community disaster management groups, we have youth club, we have mothers group, we have child clubs, we have community forest users group all over Nepal. More than 25,000 groups are there. So we can mobilize those groups also to messaging and build a strong feedback mechanism. During COVID and earthquake, we established the help desks at the local level. That also one channel or way to get feedback from the community, and investing in capacity building and representation. Inclusive representation is not negotiable. It should be very urgent, and it should be mandatory, and build trust and local ownership. It's already mentioned by the colleagues. So let me finish here. Still top-down messaging is going top-down. We need to make a two-way communication. So I will stop here.
Thank you, Krishna. There are a lot of keywords that we've heard throughout this session. We talked about inclusiveness, we talked about collaboration, we talked about credible, trustworthy information. I think we have just a couple of minutes that will allow us perhaps to take one or two very straightforward questions from the participants. If anyone has a question here to the panelists. So I can, can you please give the microphone to our participant from the back, please? Here, the last table. Anyone having the microphone? Yes, there at the end of the room, please. Can you raise your hand? Yeah.
Just one question that came was you talked about partnership. You talked about partnership with media, and very often when it comes to disaster, what we experience is that it's more like a reaction. So, what kind of partnerships with media would be the best for a country like Sri Lanka to kind of really be proactive?
I believe that this is a question for you, Mr. Manesh. Did you hear the question? So if I heard correctly, is what India mentioned some good examples of collaboration with media, right? Am I right? And if to also inspire Sri Lanka and other countries to do the same, what advice would you have? to be proactive?
Basically, yeah. So basically, there has to be a purposeful and sustained partnership between the disaster management authorities and the media, so that we have a risk-informed public and a resilient public throughout the country. To meet that objective, I would say that we should have a regular and purposeful interaction with the media during all times, not only in emergencies but also when we are keeping the community in the preparedness phase. For that, we should have some institutionalized, media government coordination mechanism must be there. So this allows us to send us and give and disseminate effective and correct information to the public without creating any without spreading any panic or without creating any misconceptions. That is very important. And thirdly, there must be sustained media campaigns to build trust and literacy amongst the public on a particular kind of hazard which the disaster management authority needs to highlight. So this is very essential. And secondly, there must be stronger feedback loops based on this interaction between the media. These feedback loops basically help the disaster management authorities to effectively provide the feedback loops from the ground, so that the disaster authorities are able to become more effective and consistent in their approach. And so the use of technology is very vital. So any information which is to be disseminated needs also to be provided to the through the media for wider dissemination. So that also is very essential, and it should be on a real-time basis, so that effective and speed is very critical during such times when the disaster management authorities and the governments are basically preparing the communities to in the face of a disaster. So in that times also the engaging use of technology to disseminate through the media is very, very vital. So these are the ways I believe that the disaster management authorities tasked with the responsibility of keeping the people and the society risk resilient can be effectively be achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Manesh. This experience that NDMA has is what makes us look forward now to this collaboration that we're going to have with our UNESCO Delhi office with NDMA for piloting the model plan. So we look forward to build on that, of course, and with other media outlets and authorities in the South. Janet, you want to add something?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to add a very practical example of a partnership that I think is very productive. So one of the things that UNDRR does is that we work with countries to carry out tsunami evacuation drills. So simulation exercises where everybody understands their role in the drill, and it's done in a practical way so that everyone practices and knows what their role is and how it will play out. In a recent country, they told us that, the media house there told us that it was the first time that the government had invited them to have a role in the exercise. Before that, they had not been invited, and then at some point they had been invited to report on the exercise that the government was doing. But now they were very happy that they had been invited to have an actual role in the exercise itself. So I think this is a very practical example of a partnership that the media should play a very strong role in, and it's changing the way we see the media from something that a one-way communication function, reporting on something that is done, to really having an engaged role in that activity. So my plea would be get involved, have a role in the disaster response strategy of the of your local or your national authority, get involved in the exercises, push to make it known that the media has a role there, and I think that's a very practical partnership that can be exercised quite simply.
Thank you. If I look at the three of you, I think immediately of the key word of what things that you have focused on the most. Krishna, you focused mostly on inclusion, partnership, Janet, and media empowerment. So with these, with the discussion, with the information that our speakers shared, I hope that you have enough to charge yourself with information and food for thought for the next session. because Marco is going to show us how we can implement the model plan that we've been talking about since morning. I thank you very much for your attention. I thank the speakers for their valuable information and input, and I look forward to see how we can work on this for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mali. Thank you, Krishna, and thank you, Janet. So, as Mali mentioned just now, we continue with the very, very interactive session on the practical implementation of the model that we have launched today. And I would like to invite Sujing from UNESCO, who will facilitate that interactive workshop with our audience.
Thank you very much, Nargiza. So this is going to be a very interactive session where we will do together some exercises, desktop exercises, to test how to implement this model plan that we launched this morning based on some disaster scenarios and specific institutional context. But before doing that, I'm going to walk you through very quickly the different components of the model plan and how to implement it within your institutional context. Thank you. So you can flip through this document as I go through these various components, or you can look at the presentation that I've prepared for this very brief walkthrough. So the model plan starts with the narrative part, explaining why a disaster preparedness and response plan matters for media. So it explains that it has double significance, both internal and external. Because first, it strengthens your institutional preparedness, help you stay operational during emergencies and reduce disruptions as much as possible. And then, secondly, it helps you to strengthen your public service mandate to deliver vital information to your audiences. We have prepared, as you see on the map in the model plan, a few charts to explain this further. Then it's followed by a step-by-step guide about how to develop such an institution plan in your media organization concretely. So we have come up with 5 key steps. So step 1 is to constitute a task team to develop such a plan. Note that this is not something that can be done by one single journalist or one editor. It has to be a house-wide exercise. So you have to include your management, your chief editor, even your programming department, your HR, etc. in these exercises. And if you need some external expertise, you need to call on some specialists, for example, the National Disaster Management Agencies, etc. And in the case of some big national public broadcaster, I guess we have a lot in this audience right now, you might also need to consult with the relevant regulatory bodies regarding some certain changes or regulation you want to put in place. Then, conducting a hazard and vulnerability analysis to analyze the disaster risks that your media organization is exposed to and the specific vulnerability of your newsroom. For this, we have prepared a template which you can find on the online platform that I mentioned earlier. At the end of this session, I'm going to put again the QR code on the screen so that you can access it to it. Step 3 is to analyze the previous disaster coverage of your media organization to see what has worked well, what might have failed. so you can incorporate these lessons learned into the institutional plan. Step 4, very important, to check the legal regulatory provisions and the disaster communication landscape, which varies very much from one country to another. And the final step, develop a written plan. So put all this down in a structured manner. And in the model plan, we recommend 7 key sections, which I'm going to run you through very quickly. Section 1, one of the most important, fundamental one, business continuity plan. Because when your newsroom is disrupted during an emergency, you cannot complete your mission. So it covers areas like signing roles and responsibility to implement the plan once it's triggered, how to protect staff safety, protect your infrastructure and equipment, how to set up the redundant equipment, as Nargiza mentioned earlier, very important, and some emergency broadcast methods, protocols, what are the alternative work locations if you can no longer access them. Second component, programming strategies. And for this, you need to consider both the content to be disseminated during an emergency, active emergency, but you need to prepare some of these, templates and the type of broadcast in advance, so that you can act very quickly and promptly when an emergency happens. But also content to educate the audience, to cultivate a cultural prevention. So this is about the various program that you can design to promote disaster risk reduction and uncover disaster risk, etc. And what are the special timing and type of hooks that you can use in your programming to engage your audience, to make sure that they actually read what you produce. Third component, so this is the editorial aspect of the module plan. You may call it editorial policy or editorial guidelines, depending on the needs of your own organization. And we have identified these key areas that you can consider in this part. Of course, the model plan is a model, so you will have to adapt it according to the specific capacity, the needs, the baseline, the resources available of your media organization. So you may want to just consider 2 areas, 3 or 5, or even you want to add more in your specific institutional plan. Fourth part, coordination with authority and stakeholder engagement. We have heard a lot in our previous panel discussion. So these are the key stakeholder groups that we have identified that you can consider designing specific strategy to engage with in the institutional plan that you're going to develop. And the 5th one is closely linked to the previous one, leave no one behind. So this is the inclusion part of the module plan. So we have developed some recommended actions about reaching the at-risk groups, the ones living in remote areas. Because no matter how fabulous your programs are, if you cannot reach the desired audience, they are not serving the purpose. And also developing content for and with the audiences. So it's not just one way. You have to engage them closely throughout the production, but also pre- and post-production processes. 6th part, staff training and support. So this part explains which actions you can include and take in the institution plan to make sure that your staff is well prepared, they have the required competencies, they have the necessary tools and procedures in place. But also very importantly, how to deal with staff turnover. As you know, the media sector is a sector with a very high staff turnover rate. The last part, leveraging digital technologies. We include this part as we are living in an increasingly digital world and also with the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence. So we cannot really look away from the digital tools and the AI tools that are available in place that can help improve or enhance disaster coverage. So we have also come up with a series of recommended action under these different areas. And one thing I wanted to mention is that UNESCO has supported the International Research Center for Artificial Intelligence in developing this AI Tools Radar. So this is an online repository of AI tools that we have made available with curated AI tools for the public sector, the media, and the judiciary. So for the media, you will find about 100 concrete AI tools that we categorize according to the core functions of media. So don't hesitate to use this and find the tools of your interest and relevance in your daily operations and workflows. Finally, implementing the plan once developed. And I want to read this sentence in this model plan. The last thing you want is to develop a plan and have it gather dust on a shelf. I know this is many things that many of our organizations do. We develop something and then it's forgotten. So we recommend some specific steps to make sure the plan that developed is implemented. Crucial step is to really ensure the leadership endorsement of your top management, your senior editors, your president or CEO, depending on your context. Then secure the essential resources and tools, including financial, human, and technical resources. If you don't have those resources, what can you do? Try mobilize additional resources. And we also recommend a few steps explaining how concretely you can do that. And last but not least, regularly review and update the model plan. 3 years after the developmental plan, it might no longer be relevant. So it's very important to set this reminder about reviewing the plan. So as I briefly mentioned, we have prepared a whole set of template checklists and worksheets on the platform, online platform that you can access, including this poster template, which actually serves as a reminder that you can fill in with your organization's information at the end, and then you can display in your newsroom to remind yourself, your staff, that our organization has developed an institutional plan, and this is how you can access it. So you can download all these resources on the online platform. Okay, so now we have come to this important part of the session, or the main part of the session. So we are going to do a breakout group exercise. We have prepared 7 disaster scenarios that are linked to the 7 chapters that I just explained to you. And we will have the entire audience in the room breaking out into 7 groups. And each group will deal with one disaster scenario. You have 15 minutes. You need to discuss, brainstorm, and agree on 2 priority actions that you think a media organization should consider to put in place to prepare for this disaster scenario. So this is the one thing. And the second is 2 priority actions that you think a media they should take in response to this disaster scenario. So 2 for preparedness and 2 for responses. After the end of the exercise, each group will have to nominate a rapporteur to report to the audience. You know, it's an occasion for you to exchange and share your insights. And of course, this will be, how to say, a consolidated knowledge from all the audience that you can take home that will be quite useful for you moving forward. So we have prepared a series of worksheets that our usher will help distribute to Oh, right. So the divisional group, we can do it very simply as, because I have calculated yesterday, we have 8 kind of like columns or rows, I don't know how to call it. So we can simply divide them as group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Does that work for you? Yeah? Oh, good. So let's go ahead with this. So each group will have 2 worksheets. It's just for you to share with each other, so you don't have to look at one single sheet. So first thing you need to do is to decide who will be the note taker. You need to discuss, and the note taker will put down these 4 priority actions on the worksheet. And so maybe you will need to move around a little bit so that you can discuss. And I will help distributing the worksheet to the groups. The large. Yes. You can join, you can decide to join whichever group you wish. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so everyone, you can move around a little bit so that you can ensure that everyone can hear each other within your respective group. And we are going to do a countdown of 15 minutes roughly. And on the screen, you can see the QR code that was hidden some hours ago, linked to the online platform of the model plan. So feel free to scan it. The immediate thing you need to do is decide who is a note taker and who is the rapporteur.
is to, as you say, Mobilize.
Mobilize the response. Mobilize to control the crowd.
Yeah, but I think that we're not the ones to do that. I think it's supposed to be media outlet. It's media. Yeah, it's mobilizing the response. It's what we would do as a media outlet. So I think there's one that is possible we could have something, I mean, depending on what we want to have, but there's something about our own initiative. So whether we are up to it, we can put it in women.
After verification from media point of view, it would be to make sure that clear messaging is done in a way that is not confusing.
Yeah.
Clear.
I think that's important to also train the staff to keep calm while we have it's a little difficult to keep calm while we have this traffic. So it's a preparedness part. Yeah. Yeah, it should be also in the preparedness part. Now we have to move on the response.
30 seconds left.
Verifying misinformation.
Now time is up. Are we all ready for reporting? Yes? Good. So, each group, the rapporteur, please start by reading out the disaster scenario of your group so that all the audience, they can know what you are working on. And the rapporteurs, when you speak, please stand up so that we can see you. Shall we start with group 1? Someone can hand them the microphone. Is there a colleague to hand them the microphone? Microphone for the group. Mike, yes. The group 1, do you have a microphone? Great. Perfect.
Can I read from here?
Please go ahead.
All right, thanks. From group 1, scenario is a category 5 hurricane strikes your coastal city, causing widespread flooding and sustained power grid failure. Your main office and transmission tower are severely damaged. Internet and cellular services are down. Your key staff cannot reach your workplace due to road closures and the chain of command is broken. So our priority preparedness actions are, first, prepare a backup working system to operate during an emergency crisis, identify and assign key personnel to manage the communication platform and equipment. Second, engage the media agency officer with local authorities and the working committee to ensure they have full access to emergency crisis information. Third, establish communication with various agencies and on-ground authorities to implement a responsible plan and ensure preparedness. Next, priority response actions. First, verify and report all rescue efforts, providing as much clear information as possible from the authorities on the ground and disseminate this information to the public. Second, and the last one, ensure that measures and working processes are in place, then begin broadcasting and disseminating information to public. That's all.
Thank you very much. Applause for group 1. Now group 2, please.
Hi everyone. So our scenario is a flash flood warning is issued for a valley community with only 90 minutes to evacuate. And your newsroom content production and validation process is chaotic. Editors and journalists waste critical time arguing over template design and graphics and legal disclaimers. They struggle to quickly draft clear evacuation plans. So in terms of priority preparedness actions, I think if you're in a country, we should always be prepared with the graphics and templates. So firstly, the task team will prepare a draft plan. They will have prior training and guidelines for all the teammates who will be involved, reporters who will be going on the ground, identifying vulnerable communities, understanding the region where this might happen and knowing what and where is located, as well as establishing an early warning system. Now, we also look at the newsroom, so you will have to prepare templates and guidelines so we do not waste time when the news breaks. So you already have those templates, your animation, your graphics, your tickers, for example, when the breaking news comes, your crawler. And so I think you need to establish your roles, responsibilities so that you start. And everyone knows what are the different roles that you can get started. For your priority response actions, So for your priority response actions, we are looking at real-time alerts to be sent, breaking news in terms of broadcast, your crawlers and everything that goes. If you are live on TV, then you break into it and news. And then you have evacuation to be taken care of. So really the clear actions and authorities on the ground, you create the connection, sending your team down to cover. You also work and verify with emergency services alongside. And you prepare and start rolling out the information that's needed on digital, right? Not just on TV, but also maybe on X, your Instagram, or wherever we can, so that we avoid misinformation as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Group 2. Group 3.
Hello everyone. So for our group, this is the scenario. Following a major earthquake, we received unverified, highly graphic photos of a community trapped in rubble. Okay, and your competitor publishes them immediately. Your team is pressured to sensationalize the tragedy. Simultaneously, you receive an unverified claim about a crucial aid route blockade. And you have minutes to decide whether to report on this blockade. So what are your priority preparedness actions and your priority response actions? For us, I think it's important to verify first the information. But let me go through the preparedness actions first. Prior to the earthquake, first, you should be able to establish SOPs prior to the disasters, Make sure that you know what to do before an earthquake hits. Of course, there's no lead time for that, so months in advance, please prepare that. You must also establish direct contact to one focal point with the government. For example, the National Disaster Management Authority, so that you get credible information. And in doing so, you may also propagate or expand credible information to the public through direct correspondence. For example, getting information from government agencies or academic institutions about earthquake. Now, with regard to your priority response actions, first, the News Bureau should verify with the credible government agency. For example, here in Sri Lanka, it's the DMC. In other countries, it's the National Disaster Management Authority. And please, you may also use multiple platforms such as, for example, broadcast, TV, or in some other cases, SMS as well. And before I end, thank you for this interactive discussion, and thank you very much to the group members for Group 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 3. Group 4, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I will be representing my team number 4, to answer the question and a scenario. First, the scenario is a massive wildfire forces evacuations across 3 jurisdictions. The fire department, relief agencies, and the meteorological service are all using separate communication channels. And your reporters have no formal contact list and spend hours verifying conflicting information, delaying a unified public alert. So first of all, it is a really hard question. Yes, I don't think there's a possible perfect outcome for this, but we all have a unified answer to consider according to the model disaster preparation and response plan for media situation. Okay, so first for preparedness, first solution is to support coordination between all sizes, and this is doing by suggesting to set up a unified committee led by the national body, and within the committee there will be task force for each hazard. And in this specific scenario would be for a wildfire. And this task force would be having to create like a clear support coordination to guidance for each hazards and early warning prevention. And the second preparedness we are looking for is to establish a unified communication channel for early warning. And this unified communication will dismantle message and to create awareness for like vulnerable groups and for the community before any hazards happening. And next we will go to the response phase. First, using this unified communication channel, we will be verifying the information that we're receiving from all sides, all parties related to the situation. And the second response is to cover the situation. So we, in the newsroom itself, have a task force for the specific hazard, which are wildfire, and we'll be delivering real-time alerts. We're gonna explain the need of the people, as well as debunk the disinformation creating through this scenario, as well as coordinate with multi-agency emergency and all sizes in order to clear the situation. Yes.
Thank you very much. Group 4. Thank you, everyone. Team 4. Group 5, your turn.
So I'm from Group 5. Our scenario is a severe flood isolates several towns. Your radio alerts use technical jargon in the national language. However, one isolated town is a minority language community and another has a large non-literate older population who cannot read evacuation maps or text alerts. Shelter and aid distribution messages are entirely missed by these groups. So what we have to think about in this scenario is that this is a flood situation and also there are 2 minority groups. One has a language barrier, the other one is the older population that has mobility barriers and other difficulties when it comes to a disaster like flood. So what we are proposing as priority preparedness actions are there should be a connection between the media and also the contact disaster management committees, because they know what are the hazards and the maps, the vulnerability pockets, the areas get most affected during such a scenario. So there should be a connection with media and the disaster management committee so that they can continuously communicate on this and make sure that they are aware about the communities fragile to these scenarios. Second one is community preparedness. So after getting the hazard maps and who are the communities identifying the fragile people, there should be a community response preparedness happening within the community, including media initiatives. And also there should be an awareness and announcement system, including contact points. Especially when it comes to older people, the mobility issue can be clearly mitigated by having a youth-centered committee where the youth is the initiator, where they can be the guidance or the people who are initiating these older people to the safer places. And another concept was identified by one of our colleagues, the radio in the books, to share that idea.
This is the technical parts. Radio in the box is a portable FM stations where it can be carried out anytime when there's a disaster. So that has to be kept in all the communities, or we can have a smaller community radios FM station as well. So whenever there are disasters, with their own languages, they can discuss their communities.
So yeah, when it comes to priority response action, having a translator on board for such places would be a great way to mitigate this, because there are communities, minority communities with a language barrier. And as I mentioned earlier, the community leaders should be well prepared enough.
Thank you, Group 5. Thank you very much. Group 6, we have 2 groups left.
Good morning. Good morning. Our team has been decided to what you call early warning system and priority preparation actions. One is the firstly, identification of the early warning system should be established and regularly to all possible medias. The second one, people shift from the affected areas, especially in the national disasters. The first identify for the people should be moved to affected areas to the safe area. And the third one, continuous awareness program should be implemented, especially in the media person should be this purpose, media institutions. The priority, the other one is the priority responses actions. First one, priority food safety and medical facilities to be provided, because in the disaster period, this is the major problems, because people move to safe areas, prepare for the foods and medical facilities. The other, medical authorities to be acknowledged about regular for the community. The other one is the misinformation. Normally in disaster period, people always threats. The missing information should be blocked. The other one is the protocol guideline broadcast initiations. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 6. So now our last group, Group 7, please go ahead.
So when it comes to Sri Lanka, we are a trilingual nation. One we had to do is to simplify our data, which is overwhelming. So first, the journalist should understand in order to disseminate the information to the rural communities. So first of all, like
could you just read the disaster scenario of your group before mentioning?
So it says a severe drought is developing and requires analyzing complex hydrological data and tracking shifting internal displacement. Your newsroom relies on static PDF reports provided by various sources and basic mapping software. Unable to process the volume of data quickly when presenting forecast, your graphics are confusing and you have no automated way to generate quick multilingual captions. Right? This is what we have given as an assignment. So first of all, now when the data is overwhelming and there is no, if the journalists are confused, first we have a method to simplify the data and organize the data properly for the journalists to understand. In that case, we will be having a crisis situation. But what we'll do is like we will gather the most senior journalists in our panel and then simplify the data. And we will have a panel discussion, and then we will take decisions as what further actions to be done. And then if there is an options like we can use AI tools to simplify the data, organize them, and then get verification from especially the scientists through phone and DMC officials, weather officials, and to simplify these texts further, and the graphic softwares of course. And then we'll have basic understanding of the situation. After that, then we will go to the most essential actions that we should be taken, like to the provincial sectors. After clarifying the message, after getting the thought, we will reach the rural communities. Now, we have awareness authorities in many rural areas. We have key persons and key coordinators like Grama Niladhari, that's what we see in Sinhala we mention local authorities, simplify in English. And we have created, there are a lot of different WhatsApp groups among the rural regions at subgroups level. So we will be sharing those information about the alerts and the situation that is upbuilding and through updates to the rural communities, especially when in times of food, the need for water, and where they will be accessing those necessities and wants. And another important thing is the provincial reporters. We have a lot of provincial reporters island-wide. We will first have a direct contact to our provincial reporters in case if we have technical difficulties, and then we will give them the message to spread among the communities. But we should be very careful when we are spreading word to mouth that the information will be having a misinformation or sometimes disinformation. So we have to be very clarified. So we have cultural integration. I will finish. Like we have temples, we have churches, we have a huge gathering of cultural integration. So they can have alarm bells, temple bells, likewise, that the communities will...
Thank you very much, Group 7. And a big thank you to all the groups for this very interesting and enriching exercise and peer exchange. So you have heard this collective knowledge out of this interactive desktop exercise. Please give your completed worksheets to me or Nargiza, and we will collect and maybe we will scan them and share the scanned copies with you. Yeah, this exercise is mainly to help you get familiar with the different areas of the model plan so that you know how to implement it in reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, and thank you. And with this, we close the launch ceremony and launching of the model plan. And we got just one request from our photographer, if we can repeat this picture, because it wasn't very successful with the photo that we did, the group photo with the model plan. So you will come on stage. If we can repeat that For a few seconds, please, if you can again, keep the model in your hands and we take a picture again. And while we are preparing, there is a very important housekeeping announcement from the host regarding your departures and excursion tomorrow. We have been advised that the airport, there is an announcement from the airport because there are some constructions are going on. So they advise those who are departing to be at the airport preferably 4 hours before departure. Because it seems that some of the counters may not be working, and it can be a huge lineup for the baggage check-in. That's why tomorrow for the excursion, those whose travel departures are earlier, like you have an evening flight or maybe early morning flight, and you have to be in the airport.
Nila Banku Sahakaru. The BOC multi-currency travel card. One card. Endless adventures.
සාතර අනුග්‍රහය
වාසනාවගෙන දෙමින් රට කොට නැගීමට දායක වූයේ ජාතික ලොතරැයි මණ්ඩලය.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් ලයිෆ් මෙඩිචැම්ප් එක්ක නම් කැමති විදිහට ජීවිතේ විඳින්න පුළුවන්.
නව නේචර් සීක්‍රට්ස් ෆේෂල් වොෂ් ස්වාභාවික සුන්දරත්වයෙන් ඉදිරියට.
දැන් තරුණ ඔබට NSP ෆස්ට් හෝම් ඕන වෙතින් 6.75ක අඩුම පොලියකින් අරගෙන නිවාසනායක්.
ජීවිතේම එළිය කරන සංවර්ධන ලොතරැය.
එදා බොගවන්තලාව කාට දැන් බොගවන්තලාව එක්ස්ට්‍රා ස්ට්‍රෝං නමින් රන් රවුමේ රස පාට.
ඔබත් අදම විෂන් කියා ඉන්න හරිදේ හරි තැනින් අරගන්න.
මම Forever Face Wash පෙලක් නිර්මාණය කළේ ඒ නිසයි. මම චාන්දිනී බණ්ඩාර.
Blue Field ශ්‍රී ලංකයේ දියුරුමේ අභිමානය.
තොබේ සම එකින් එකට වෙනස් නිසා හැම විටම ඊට ගැළපෙන ෆේස් වොෂ් එකක් භාවිතා කරන්න.